Hi, Drew. Hi, Joe. Joe, are you Joe of Indie Game Clinic? Are you watching our podcast? Oh, he's gone. It's okay. All right. I'm doing okay. Thank you, Laughing Umbra. We are ready to start. We are now live on Discord as well as our streaming channels. Welcome to those who are on our streaming platforms, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitch. And we are here with Nando Sarmiento. We're going to be talking about data. Ooh. Before we actually begin, I'll do my typical sort of tutorial for those who may need it. This is about a 45-minute podcast episode. Me and Nando here will be talking for the first half one-on-one to get an intro to who Nando is and his area of expertise. And then in the second half, y'all can ask your own questions of Nando. So if you have questions, please feel free to leave them in the chat for us like this. And then if you're in Discord, there tends to be more conversation in here. So do me a favor and mark it with a Q emoji, so that way I can see it is a question. It's easier for me to find it. And if you like a question and want that question answered, you can hit that Q emoji again so that I can see that multiple people want it answered. If you're on the streaming platforms, I can mostly watch the chats there. So feel free to just drop your own questions in the chat. Nando, if you see a question, you can largely ignore it until the second half of the episode because I will deliberately call each one out. All right? Sweet. All right. The only other thing, Nando, is when I start the episode, I will do the actual podcast intro. And when I ask you what you're having for lunch, that is your cue that the intro has concluded. Sound good? All right. Any questions?
No problem. No questions.
All right. Let's do this thing. Get the soundboard in here. And the wonderful Craig. If anybody knows how Craig makes any kind of money being like a wonderful sound recording software for Discord and not charging a dime, let me know. All right, here we go. Let's begin. All right. Welcome, indie game developers, to the Indie Game Lunch Hour, the best dang game dev podcast on the planet. Today, we're being joined by Nando Sarmiento, where we'll be talking about letting data guide your game development.
Indie Game Lunch Hour.
In our live magical podcast, we give game developers the chance to hear real game dev stories from real game developers, as well as directly ask them questions about their areas of expertise in the second half of each episode. This is a mostly unedited recording of an event we host in our Discord every single week, Wednesdays at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, so feel free to join us for the next one and ask your own questions live. As always, I'm your host here, Willem Delventhal, headmaster of the Indie Game Academy and the Wizard of Games. And joining me today is Nando Sarmiento. Nando is the Chief Creative Officer at Lemon Chili and has a bit of an interesting background for us. I don't think we have sat down to talk about specifically data in quite some time, so I am very curious to have a data-oriented approach to making a wonderful game, because I know that I myself spend a lot too much time thinking about how I feel versus just collating some data and seeing how all of the players feel. So welcome to the show, Nando. I'm excited to have you here. What are you having for lunch today?
Hello, thanks for having me, Willem. It's great to be here. And for lunch, I'm guessing I'm going to have milanesas. I don't know if you guys know what those are. I'm from Argentina, so That's very normal here. It's a breaded meat.
Okay, breaded meat. Sounds good. I just had bread and egg. Hard to beat.
Yes, exactly.
Amazing. Are you cooking this yourself? Is it somebody else cooking it?
Oh, my girlfriend.
Okay, amazing. That's always a benefit. I have found my way. So my current partner is how do we say it? She cooks for sustenance. You know, it is efficient cooking. It's almost the same thing every time. It's highly healthy, but it's never like, she never really like pushes that side of the box. And for whatever, for one of the first times in my life, maybe, I have wound up almost completely taking over the cooking in the relationship, and it's actually been a joy. The deal is she cleans, which is fantastic. I hate cleaning, and I cook, and it's the best. I've been like really enjoying it. Yeah. Awesome.
I like to cook myself as well.
Good, yeah. Awesome. So Nando here is, as we said, the chief creative officer at Lemon Chili. But Lemon Chili are the creators of Super Farming Boy, which is a genre-mixed farming adventure celebrated as the 2025 Apple App Store Awards finalist, with all kinds of cute features for it. Now, getting anywhere on the Apple App Store these days is impressive on its own. It is, as most of our marketplaces these days, incredibly saturated. So finding your way up the ranks of an app store of the app store is impressive. I'm curious to hear, your recommendations to us about how to rise in those ranks, and in particular, how we might use data to do that. So your topic for today was letting data guide your development, and I'm curious if you would give us that 101 introduction to how we can do exactly that in our own games, Nando.
Okay. In terms of data, I mean, my background is mostly creative. I'm a film director. I studied cinema, so I come from a very different place from data. But I think that the basics are, you need to see what's going on with whatever you're working on. It might be a website or a small game or a big game or whatever, an app, whatever it is. You need to see the data and then make decisions based off the data, but be creative with when you take the decision. It just there's a lot of things that mostly people who deal with data are not creative people. So when they data, they feel like they have to do whatever the data is telling them. Like, for instance, there's a Ben Stiller movies are doing great, so we need to do more Ben Stiller movies. So you hire Ben Stiller, and that's it. The cinema, the catastrophic kind of movies that were very popular in the 90s. These kind of movies are making a lot of money, so we have to make another. So there's not a creative input there. You're just repeating whatever is going on, that's working, but that's not the way it works. What you need to see is try to understand the patterns and trying to understand what is the thing that's behind that thing that's working, and think of something else, but not the same thing, because the same thing would be like a me too product thing, or a whatever. It would be like a copycat of something else that's working, and that never works. So that's the most difficult part of dealing with data.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have the privilege of working with a lot of juniors, and so I see a lot of the beginning processes of how people get started in a specific space. And what you're alluding to, I think, suggests a problem that I have definitely seen corroborated, which is I tend to see people either lean really hard into the, air quotes, creative side of development, where they're doing things simply because they feel like it'll be fun. And then I see people leaning hard into the data side, and they get stuck, as you suggest, in very literally interpreting the data, as opposed to marrying those two things, and seeing that happy medium between doing something simply because it's fun or it feels right, and doing something because the data tells you to do it.
Yes, I mean, it's a delicate balance, because you need the data. You are doing data because you want to see what's working or what's not working, or there's two ways of looking at different data. One's the data of what's working in the business side of things, like a marketing thing, and the other is doing the data from your app, what's working on your app, in terms of where is the churn, where is the person getting bored, and leaving your experience. So what this works on for a Netflix show as well, and what moment is the user not, deciding not to watch any more of this show or play any more of this game. And the data doesn't tell you what to do in that cases. They're just telling you this user dropped off here. So you need to try and to understand what's going on there. Is there a bug? Most of the times there's a bug. It's not that the game is wrong, or sometimes it's something that the game is not communicating well, like a tutorial, in terms of we work with Google Analytics and Firebase, so we tag a lot of moments in the tutorial, for instance, to see what's going on. But sometimes you see a big drop off from install to getting to the first screen, and that's a bug mainly of things or memory thing. But once you start analyzing the drop off, from step to step, and when you see that the drop off is like 3%, 3%, 3%, 4%, and suddenly it's 10%. So you see, okay, the normal drop off should be like 3% between step and step. But when it's more than that, like 10%, 15%, you can see, okay, there's a problem here. There might be a memory issue, there might be a bug issue. Let's look at that first. But maybe the issue is we are not communicating something well, or maybe the game is getting bored here. So what should we do? Oh, the data doesn't tell you what to do. So then you can do a lot of A/B testing and a lot of and provide ideas. Maybe bounce off ideas with the team and try to be the most creative possible. Or maybe you just need to tweak the balance of the game to make it easier. Mostly easier. That's the main way of doing things, because you are playing the same game for years now, so you're very good at it. And maybe a newcomer is not as good, and maybe it's getting bored because he or she can't get to certain through certain challenges that you can do easily. So make it easier and faster, and basically that's the way to deal with the data in terms of usability, user experience. But in terms of in the marketing side, it's much more difficult, right? Because where is the data coming from? You can ask ChatGPT or look for Google or look for benchmarks, and it's always difficult, to analyze that and say, okay, I'm going to do this instead of that. In terms of Super Farming Boy, we took an analytics approach or a data approach on why we decided to do the game, or this game in particular. But it had to do with a lot of factors. But the most important factor was that our company deals with works on an application called Boop Kids, which is basically a subscription service for kids. And this is our most popular product, and this is our bread and butter, right? So what this app is like a Netflix for kids, which has video, books, and games. And in these games, we did a lot of mini games. One of the mini games that we made was Super Farming Boy. It was a very short game that we made. It was 3 months it took to make, and we did a bunch of others. But this one retained really well, had good retention. So we said, okay, this one is working. The data is telling us there's something here. Okay, so let's work on this one, but more as a spin-off, right? Like a premium game outside of our subscription platform. So we made the decision from data, 100%, as well as we decided to make a farming game, not because we like I like farming games, but we decided to make farming games because it's mostly in terms of if you plan on doing a high retention, a game that has high retention, it's a good genre. If you plan, and if the game doesn't succeed as a premium, you can turn it into a free-to-play easierly than an arcade game, for instance, or an adventure game, because you have all the shops and all the stuff to sell in-app purchases or whatever. So,
right.
And we knew that the farming game space, you had Stardew Valley, and maybe that's it. There wasn't a lot of things, mostly on mobile. There are things, but they're very similar. We wanted to do something else, something different. So that's where we based off our decision, was with this data that we knew that this IP was working from our data, from Boop Kids, from our app, and from the investigations that we did on the marketing side, and having the experience of releasing 2 games that weren't successful. They are good games, but they weren't financially successful, and they are action games. They are free-to-play action games, and we realized we didn't have to do that again because they weren't. It wasn't, well, not for us at least, right? Everybody has their own approach to things, and maybe you can do a great action game and I can't. It depends a lot on the talents of your team.
Interesting. There's a question that this brings to mind pretty quickly. So you noticed that you had a game that was working on your subscription platform well, and you invested into that game. That is a really simple, powerful application of data that I think people still don't necessarily do. There's a lot of moments where you might see something working and where you can double down and invest. So maybe I have my game on a couple of platforms, for instance, and I notice that it's working really well on one platform, or I notice it's working really well in one country, let's say. I've seen some devs have that before where it totally fails to find market success in the US, but then like India picks it up, or it winds up popular. I had one person whose game wound up extremely popular in the Ukraine for I don't know, reasons. So I'm curious. That moment is that moment is interesting, and realizing that is powerful, and is something that I think people often skip because they just aren't really tracking the data is the biggest reason. But when you notice something like that, when you go, okay, here's a hole, here's a lesson from my data, and somewhere where I could double down and invest more heavily in this trend. So I could invest into Ukraine marketing. I could invest into this platform that seems to be working well. I could invest in this game that did well on our subscription. Something that always comes to mind for me is like, how much do you invest in that thing that's doing well versus the other areas that maybe could be continued growth vectors? Like, if, let's say, that example where I'm noticing the game is doing really well in the Ukraine, I could double down and be like, all right, this is a game for the Ukraine audience. That's okay. And put more energy into marketing in the Ukraine and maybe building for their specific themes and stories and stuff like that. Or I could invest more strongly worldwide, globally, or in different countries or in the US. How do you split your resources to follow the trends you notice because of data versus continuing to experiment?
It's difficult at the beginning. I mean, at the beginning, you try a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to. That's the best approach. It doesn't matter what you're trying to do. Just do a lot of it. So just have 10 examples of something or versions of something before making a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have the data, I mean, we really look at the data. People think that looking at the data and acting on it means that the creativity stopped and ended, and that now there's no room for experimentation or no room for creativity, which I think is dead wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a creative person. It sounds really lame to say that, but I'm an artistic. Let's say it like that. I'm an artist before anything else. I made movies. I draw. I wrote manga. That's up on Comixology. I did a bunch of things before doing games, a bunch of things. And data came really late in my life, right? When I started doing apps, because that was like 10 years ago. But I'm doing things for a long time. And I saw data always as an opportunity to be creative and to be creative off the data. So how much of if we experiment or something or whatever, we look at this data 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Like 100%, we focus on that. If it's working on Ukraine, go there, because you need the money. You need. It's very, very difficult to see something working. Let's begin there.
Mm-hmm.
It's super difficult. If you see that something is working and you're not doubling down on it, that's a big mistake, because there's a lot of people around you that are doing lots of things, and you might, not get there in time, and somebody else will. So when we see something working, we do analytics on everything. We do our own user acquisition, so that means doing our own ads and doing A/B testing and doing a lot of blah blah blah. And so we everything has A/B tests, everything has experiments, but they are always based on data. What has the best click-through rate? What has the best retention? And this sometimes pisses me off completely, because this is, one says, okay, let's do 100% the data. Let's take the data and work on it 100%. That's I agree on that. But there's something that I don't like, that is these algorithmic processes that YouTube has, in terms of ads, or for instance, Apple or Google has in terms of what kind of audience they get to click on your game, right? Because they start showing up your game because of the icon and the description and the screenshots, and they have a certain algorithm that gets clicks on certain audience, and that audience is the one that it gets feed your product, right? Mm-hmm. So the bad thing of that is that you're caged pretty quickly, and if you're successful, you're caged even more. So the bigger your success, the smaller the cage. So when you try to break from the cage and try to do something else, it doesn't work, because the algorithm has already packed you. And okay, this is for instance, our app Boop Kids is very strong on iPads and females. And doesn't matter how much I try to make it more gender neutral on the screenshot side, on change the icon or do experiments, always what I already have works best. Mm-hmm. And that's I hate that, because that's the algorithm already making a decision on your work, and just breaking off from that, it's something that they don't, how to explain it? They don't want you to break from that, because that's profitable for them as it is. So what you have to do is relaunch an app, relaunch a video on YouTube, relaunch. But relaunching is very expensive. Because you need to do all the intelligence and all the learning, and all the algorithm should learn again. And maybe you find that it wasn't profitable. What was profitable was the prior thing. So it's something difficult to work on, but it's not impossible. There has been some cases where we found like eureka moments, like, oh, we had to do this, and that happened based off data and based off a lot of experimentation, a lot of experiments on ads, on analytics, on a user experience, on trying different games. What you have to do is always try something new.
Yeah.
At all times, whatever that is.
A lot of experimentation. It's a really interesting implication of the algorithm, the grand algorithm that is present on every single platform that has any kind of recommendation engine, that I honestly hadn't really thought of before. That once the algorithm sees something for you, sees a specific type of audience or a specific type of person who's going to like your video, they double down on that because that's what works for their algorithm, and therefore you wind up in that box. That's an interesting one that I hadn't really considered before. Now, Nando, I'm curious here. So the things you're talking about are already interesting and valuable. I'd love to know how you got started. What is the origin story for Nando that wound up getting you into this space? So where are you in games now, and how did you get there?
As I said before, I'm a film. When I was a really very little kid, I wrote a lot. I did some experimentation coding on BAT, on DOS. When I was a kid, I made like a bunch of games with Click and Play, or the Games Factory, which now is Click Team Fusion, which I still use for prototypes. Then I started doing movies.
Okay.
I started doing like home movies, and I studied cinema because I wanted to be a film director. I did a bunch of movies, like medium sized shorts and mediums. One feature. My first movie was a feature film, and then I started doing visual effects. I did a lot of visual effects for yes, that's Click and Play. That somebody placed it on the chat. I did a lot of visual effects for movies here in Argentina mostly, and then I co-founded a CGI animation studio called PepperMelon, which was one of the top 10 motion graphics companies in the world. This is year 2008, 2007. We did a bunch of work for MTV, VH1, Viacom, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Google, Microsoft. We did a lot of work, like more than 100 commercials. We were represented in the United States by the same reps that repped Pixar. So
wow.
So we were like, we had a 20 25 people in the studio. It was a very crazy moment. But at one time, what happened was honest. I was playing Plants vs Zombies, like Plants vs Zombies 1, and it blew me away. I said, okay, I can do this. That's what happened. I said, okay, I can do this. I know how to code. I remember how to code when I was younger with click and play. And I can do this. So I started doing a Plants vs Zombies just to get the hang of it. And I was sick of commercial work because clients suck. So it was a pain in the ass, and it wasn't making me a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So we said, okay. I mean, we did a lot of great work in terms of getting awards, but not getting money. You know, that sort of work, which still happens to me now. But again, so I decided to try apps. So we began. The way to get into that was a very weird way. I knew I had to create a team, but I had never made a game myself. So, I mean, I had made games, but on the 90s, like in 1994. So, how do I get people in Argentina to trust me? People trusted me because I funded the animation company, and people respected me here and internationally. But that's a completely different business. I mean, to be a game designer is completely difficult. So I had to prove it to myself as well. So what I did was a very, very, very extremely weird experiment that came off very good in the end. It was I created like this persona called Little Nando, which is myself, wearing a helmet, like a Daft Punk thing, and I started doing like live video game experience, a live video game experience. So basically, it's a live game master on a dance floor. The reason I got to do this is because for many years I was a VJ. The VJ on parties is doing the visuals, and I did a ton of work in Creamfields, which was the biggest event here in Argentina, but it's international, right? But I did a lot of work there, and I did the visuals for Hernan Cattaneo, Jimmy Van Em, Yankee Excel. So I got to do that here in Argentina. So I got people who knew me from that as well. So I said, okay, let's do like a VJ game, right? So I started doing like this project called Tough Coded, which basically I had music going and created a game, but the people line up to play with an Xbox controller through Bluetooth. So it's a competition game, 2 people against myself, every song. So I did that for a few years. The project was so interesting that I got invited to South by Southwest. I did the South by Southwest Gaming Awards. I went to the Tokyo Game Show. I won 2 awards there. I went to Mexico to the GDC like 4 times. I did a bunch of things, a bunch of traveling, also to France. And after that, I said, okay, now I can get people to trust me, right? And with that, I created a small team in Argentina, and we did a couple of free-to-play games, which were the ones that I'm telling you that they weren't successful in terms of business side. But we did a lot of analytics. Why did we do a lot of data? It's because I partnered with my brother, who has a company, which is the umbrella company who owns our company, which they do heavy user acquisition through carrier billing. That's basically SMS, and they do a lot of user acquisition through YouTube platforms, Google platforms, whatever. So they had an analytics team. So they have complete analytics background because that's all data. That's mostly nothing creative. It's mostly data and analyzing, audiences and how to get people to click your ad. And so we got some of that team into our team, and that's what made me learn. They teach me how to work with data, how to see data, how to and it's not difficult really. It's basically spreadsheets and to want to be intelligent and to how to be smart enough on how should I look at the data and what kind of questions should I ask the data. But it's basically a spreadsheet and that's it, right?
Yep.
and to cross things. So we after that we did the Boop Kids, which is the subscription service, and that was successful. And based off, we started the business.
Wow, that's such a fascinating story. Such a fun story. The I want to call out for a lot of people in this room trying to identify or create your own unique identity in the game industry can be rough, can be hard. Getting hired, especially right now in games, is like ludicrously difficult. And so there's more and more people who are launching their own studios, and as a result, it's more and more important for you to be able to stand out from the crowd in your own unique way. You know, what is special about you, and what is special about your studio, and what do you do that's different from everybody else? And so I love the fact, you know, that you wound up creating this sort of like entertainment identity specifically to lay the groundwork for your game studio. It's such a creative solution to the problem of standing out and to the problem of building trust in your audience. And so I love that as a tactic at all. Like, what a great story. Thank you for that.
It was yes, and I would like more people to do it, the others, because I was the when the reason I started doing that, it was because, well, I understood marketing, and I understood that I had to market myself. And I read this book called Positioning, which is a marketing book that I recommend to everyone here. It's an excellent book, super short, but it's not the marketing, the bad marketing. It's the interesting marketing, right? It's from the 1980s, I think. And based on from that and my own experiences, I saw that the way to get into the business was to go to events. But if you go to an event and just show your game again, aside from other games on a computer, on a desktop, or on your iPhone, you're just one more of the bunch, right? So it's very difficult to get the attention of people. So being the only way to play my game was playing it against myself during the music moment of the shows, or the mini concerts. I did one show with Chipsel, for instance, two shows with Chipsel, for instance, and I loved her. And the thing is that when I pitched my game to the events like South by Southwest and whatever, it took them like less than an hour to get back to me and say, "Come here, like come," and they didn't even play the game. It was just the concept of, oh, the live game master, and the videos that I had. I had like a nice trailer, you know, to showcase the product. But they wanted me like right away. So that was an interesting way to meet people. I met everyone thanks to that game. Everyone. Like,
Yeah.
Everyone from the indie core, you know, from the US and Europe, right?
Wow.
But yeah,
I love that.
I would love it if more people do live video games. But I saw that nobody picked it up. That's a little bit sad.
Yeah. It's challenging to monetize is one of the biggest things, and to scale, because if you have to be there to play, then, you know, it's of course hard for people to play.
Well, what we did was that we streamed the game as well. So
Okay.
what we could, when I did a show, I was also on through Discord and through my own server running the game so that people could play that show at the same time at their house, without needing to be present on the event.
Yeah.
So we did tournaments like that. Yeah, it was difficult. It was difficult in terms of people are more of an on-demand thing now. So getting on certain time to play, that's weird.
Yeah.
But streamers do that. I think if a good streamer did it, it would work. I think that's. I'm not a streamer, so I couldn't get the enough volume, you know, of audience to make it.
Of course.
Basically.
Yeah. It's a really fascinating, this is sort of a side topic, but it's a really fascinating subject that I have done some prototypes for, which is games that are meant to be played between the audience and the streamer in a streaming event, where the audience is literally playing the game with the streamer. There's been a couple of games that have done that pretty well, and it's a super fascinating space that I feel like is not actually very well explored yet. Before we get to, I want to make sure that we have some time for community questions. So if you have questions for Nando here about marketing, about data in particular, or about his history, leave them in the chat in whatever platform you're currently on, and I will ask them of him in just a moment. Before then, I want to get that 101 to marketing. What are some of the things that people like? If somebody had a micro budget for incorporating data that's going to get them the most out of their budget, And when I say budget, I mean like time, effort. What things should they be plugging into their game, and then what metrics should they be specifically looking at, and how do they interpret it?
I'm guessing it's Google Analytics or Firebase would be the cheapest.
Okay.
But that's mostly on mobile.
Mhm.
I don't think on desktop PC you can hook that up.
Yep.
There are other game analytics. There are quite a few, but well, Unity has its own
Yep.
analytics. Maybe that would be the easiest
Mhm.
way. And what metrics? I mean, just check on mostly the tutorial.
Okay.
Mostly the tutorial is the most important.
Basically, just seeing how people are dropping off during the tutorial, something like that. Okay.
Yeah, you need to place an event like a threshold for each and every one of the tutorial steps that you understand that need to happen, and then levels or whatever days or whatever your game has. But basically, that drop off is key. Most people are like churning there, like on the first 5 minutes. On desktop, maybe they spend a little bit more time, like 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, quite a lot. But on mobile, it's 1 minute maybe. They don't give you much opportunity. So if that something doesn't work because of memory or because the tutorial is not as clear, I mean, I hate tutorials myself. I hate them. So we try to avoid doing tutorials, but we learned that if we didn't do the tutorials, people turn worse. So we need to, over explain sometimes. That super sucks. It super sucks. But it at least on mobile, it's very needed.
Yeah, it is a metaphor that I've always liked for tutorials. If your game is a highway, even if it's this like beautiful, wonderful highway, your player still needs to get onto that highway. There's still an on ramp to the highway, and so if that on ramp sucks, if it's like rickety and there's potholes and it's not very well thought out, it's got a hard curve on it, the player's just never going to get onto that beautiful highway. So the tutorial really is the very beginning of your game, and if people aren't getting through your tutorial, they're of course never going to play the main game. The tutorial beginning intro is one of the main places that you lose people. They'll start playing and be like, "Yeah, this isn't really for me."
Yeah, and the tutorial begins before opening the game. I mean, there's a lot of interesting and smart ways of doing tutorials. For instance, fast animations during the loading screen. Like the loading animation screen can be how you input the game. What's the input of your game? Or for instance, there's a lot of games that do this, that where you start the game and the way to work the menu to start the game is using the controls of the game. So maybe it's a character that needs to walk over a button that says start, and so you're already learning how to play without doing that, and that's the tutorial maybe, right? So yeah, I think that even Plants vs Zombies had the joke that when you went to the settings and you clicked on tutorial, there was a paper all beaten, and it said the zombies ate it. And the joke they made is, our game has no tutorial because it's super intelligent. But that wasn't true. The first 3 levels of Plants vs Zombies are a tutorial.
Yeah. I love that. That's great. I like the simple statement. Your tutorial starts before the game begins. It's pretty interesting. So I think what happens with tutorials, I actually recommend generally that teams don't start their tutorial until pretty late in the process, actually, because the game will naturally change, and so you don't want to teach somebody how to play a game that's different in 6 months from now. But what I see happen all the time is, as a result of that recommendation, people won't start the tutorial until too late in the process when they're already in crunch time. And then the tutorial winds up being this really rushed experience. It's the quickest thing they can get on screen to describe how to play the game. But your tutorial, I actually adore studying tutorial design. I got my start at a brain training company called Lumosity. And so as a result, I kind of love the process of teaching through your game, teaching as a result of game development. And it's a fascinating field into and of itself. The
tutorial doesn't need to only teach the user of the controls or how to experience the game. it should always also teach you that the game is fun.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the part, the ugly part. I mean, in terms of the most labor intensive side, how do I make a tutorial where the game, I'm trying to teach them that the game is fun, but it's super boring to do a tutorial because you have to go through the steps. So what we did was like on our game, when you start super farming mode, you have all your farm full, you have all your powers, you have everything, so you can do anything, so you can fly, you can do whatever you want, and we are showcasing what the game is about. And then we strip all that from you, and you start from zero. But you got the experience to understand. Oh, this game is going to be like this. Similar, Plants vs Zombies does that with a video. If you start Plants vs Zombies right now, they showcase you like a 5-second video of all the plants shooting and lots of zombies running around, and see what the hell was that. And then they begin, but they showed you that because if not, it's super boring. I'm planting sunflowers and waiting for the sun. This is super boring. But why I'm doing this? Okay, no, this is why you are doing it. So
Yeah.
that's the most difficult part in a tutorial. And in terms of data, I think that it's not a bad idea to launch games without tutorial, but with the data. Analytics setting with the steps and everything. So you can see exactly where the people are dropping off, even without a tutorial. I'm not saying a full launch, but just a soft launch or maybe a launch between friends or whatever. And you can check the data there and get them some feedback, verbal feedback from people. That helps a lot. You need to actually launch the earliest as possible, mostly if it's a mobile product.
Yeah, that's interesting. It reminds me of the Metroidvania trope where you start with all of the gear and you like kick total ass for a little bit and then you lose everything. That's the exact same thing. You get to experience that the game is awesome and go, okay, yes, this is worth playing, and then continue playing after that, learn more after that. Yeah. I want to make sure we have some time for community questions. So we have a couple of lined up on deck here. First one is from Drew. Drew asks, what's the best way to test a new or innovative concept that might not have a lot of data around it, but still make informed decisions?
My follow-up question to that would be, why wouldn't there be data around it? There's always data around everything.
What I see a lot of the time is just the community is still pretty small. So if I don't have, let's say I don't have a big enough player base, I don't have a big enough community to get more than a couple of data entries, what do I do?
Oh, okay.
And Drew, please correct me if I'm wrong about that.
Of course, you need more people, to get to play your thing in order to make an informed decision, right? Because if you don't have at least 100 inputs, it's little, It's statistically you can ignore it completely. So yeah, it's what we do is something called before launching something. What we do is try to get a lot of beta testers to play for free on forums or whatever. And what we do is a pre-analytic approach. It's analytics, but it's different. What we do is we show the game to friends or people, no, not friends, people you don't know, but you get from forums, whatever, maybe 100, 200. You give the game for free. And what you do is you ask for specific questions on a form. What we do with that form is that we export all the answers of the questions that we made. And what we do is we ignore most of the whatever people say, unless more than one said the same thing. So what we do is we do like a board of what's the score of that comment. And we don't do a lot of questions. We do two questions. What did you like? What you didn't like? What we take is when somebody says what they put in the place what they liked, we don't read it. We just read what we didn't like. And what we do that, then we do a board. And when we see that all the people, there's a lot of comments that were said only once, we ignore that comment. And when there's two, okay, if there's three, okay, top. And then, we pile it down up and we get 10 people who say the same thing. Okay, we have to work on that. that's our pre-analytics approach before launching with Google Analytics or whatever data, actual data.
Yeah.
And that's our best approach because you cannot hear your best friend. It happens, or it happened to me so many times. Oh, look at this game!
Still
I made
happens
it.
to me.
It happens to everyone.
They say it emphatically. Yeah.
Yeah, they say, "Oh, I don't like this. This is wrong. You have to change it because blah blah blah." And you go to your house and thinking, "Oh, I have to change that," and what a pain. Yes, and then you don't hear that feedback anywhere else. Never. So it was just one person. That doesn't matter. Everybody is going to have an opinion.
I love.
That,
Yeah. That is such a. I love. One of the things I love about running this show is finding these really, really simple pieces of advice that I think are valuable to everybody. And I love that. That is such a simple piece of advice. You get the feedback. You just do a survey or something like that. Even if it's a small sample size, you listen to the ones where there's more than one. That's simple. When something is mentioned more than once, you know it is more statistically significant, but even when the data size is small enough where you can't really talk in terms of statistical significance, you still know at least that it isn't just like this player kind of doesn't like this type of game, and instead it's genuinely, this is something that players tend to feel. Love that. So ask what they like, ask what they don't like, prioritize the ones that get 2, 3, or more mentions.
yes, and another thing that we do on that questionnaire is before that, those two questions that they like and not like, what we do is we ask them if they played similar games, and we do a bunch of like
and you throw out the
radio, or the genre, because it also happens to me that we get a lot of like bad feedback from people that don't like the genre.
Exactly. Yeah.
So those have to be ignored as well.
Yep.
So that's data, right? Be smart on what you have and how you're going to use that information. Why should you listen to somebody who hates playing, action games, and you made an action game? Why would you listen to that?
Imagine
right?
if you were making Stardew Valley and somebody who's a huge From Software, loves Elden Ring and Dark Souls, plays the game and and gives you advice. Like, probably they don't have much to say. That's going to be very helpful.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Amazing. All right, I want to get at least one more in. I have another one lined up here from Petunio. What are your plans to keep promoting Super Farming Boy based on the current data you guys have? So if you are willing to share, is there any data that you recently have been looking at and ways you might interpret it?
Yes, what we might probably do with the game is make it a free-to-play based on the data we see, because what we see is a premium game. It hasn't been selling a lot, unfortunately. But we're getting these awards and we're getting this recognition, and what we are seeing is that the retention inside the game is super high, like super high, and it's like 10 times better than our previous free-to-play games. And we have user acquisition experience, like running ads on YouTube and whatever. So the data that we have is, okay, we are good doing user acquisition. We have a very high retaining product. Okay, this might work. Our previous game got 10 times worse retention in comparison, and it was almost profitable. So that should mean that this one should be profitable.
Interesting.
So that's our. But that completely can be wrong, though. It was things change. Acquiring a user is much more expensive now than it was back then. So I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work, but that's our data. That's the data that we have now and what we are doing with it. But we also haven't launched yet on doing a premium game. Also, it's completely different approach. We haven't launched yet on Nintendo, on Xbox, and on PlayStation, and we might have good luck in terms of featurings as we did on Apple, but we don't know.
Yeah, interesting.
So, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Very cool. That's a great example of a real live ops decision based upon data. Amazing. All right, we are going to wrap up the episode now. So we like to do two different things here. The first one is an extra credit assignment. Nando, is there something that we can recommend all the listeners do in the next week that'll take about an hour to help them practice some of what we talked about here today?
Yes, I have thought of something, but it wasn't data related.
Okay.
So I would have to think of something else.
Maybe, yeah, let's do it. What is a practice? How could they practice some data tracking and usage?
I think I'm guessing that most people here do have something running or doing something.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing just getting to whatever that is, the way that it is doesn't even have to be with Google Analytics.
Mm-hmm.
You can just save on a notepad or on a .txt or txt file, whatever, how many times people do X thing, like the tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
Or what would you think would be, I think, what would you think would be the minimum time needed or steps needed to be taken for a user to love your game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's that? It should be to end the tutorial. It should be, but maybe it's not that because you haven't done the tutorial yet or whatever. So decide how much of this of my game should be played before they are falling in love into it and they blah blah blah, and then set up steps to get to that. So maybe it's 5 steps, maybe it's a tutorial, maybe it's not a tutorial because you haven't done it yet, but maybe it's 5 steps, maybe it's 10 steps, maybe it should be not a lot of steps, right?
Mm-hmm.
But whatever there is, and measure them in whichever way, and then try it out, and maybe uploading a demo to Itch.io or whatever, and see what happens. See if that's working, and if it's not working, try to figure out why, and iterate. Right?
Interesting. All right, yeah, no, I like it. Play with the tutorial for your game is what I heard there. So identify where in the tutorial you believe that your player should have fallen in love with the game, and then create discrete tracking moments, actual data that you can track to have a couple of steps before that, and then play your game with the real audience and see where they fall. If you have a game, obviously you can do this. If you don't have a game at this point, you can absolutely make some kind of paper prototype or similar that you can simulate playing the game with a real human and run a playtest with a real human and see where they fall along that process to practice some of this data tracking. All right, before we say goodbye, Nando, this is your chance to promote anything you would like to promote and give us any last words of wisdom.
Yes, well, Super Farming will be up we are really close to launching on Xbox.
Okay.
So that's cool. It should be like within 1 or 2 months. And after that would be Nintendo and PlayStation. So that's basically it. Also, as an announcement, we are probably going to drop the price for our Super Farming Boy for maybe less than $10, like at the base price, just to get more people playing it. And eventually we'll be running a free-to-play. So yeah, that's the only announcement that I have right now. And in terms of words of wisdom, I'm not what's the word? I don't know how wise I am, but what I can tell is that personally, I'm a person who iterates a lot and I don't get frustrated. And I think that's a great quality. And I think that's a very needed quality for you guys and gals and whoever, everyone here. Don't get frustrated because you're going to suck a lot before you do it right. And that was my experience, and that's mostly the experience that I've seen. And this is a very weird example. I'm guessing people here are very, very young, and I'm mostly very old. I'm 43
Extremely.
years old. And I'm extremely old. So I really love a very old sitcom called I Love Lucy. I don't know if you've ever heard. I'm guessing you heard it.
Yes, I have.
I'm guessing people. And I'm reading the book, the autobiography that Lucille Ball wrote. And if you read that book, and it's a completely you can do this everywhere, right? But if you read the book, the amount of times that woman failed and how successful she was later on life, it's incredible. And you read the book and you say, okay, this person, how come she never frustrated, how come she kept going and going with all the things that were happening to her, and how much she sucked because she was really, really lame and bad on what she was doing. So, okay, that goes for all of us, right? We need to, go the long mile, do the long run.
Yeah. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Exactly. Yes.
Beautiful. I love that as a last. I love that as a last lesson, last takeaway. I make jokes sometimes that my gods are the gods of iteration, and it's absolutely true. The more that you can detach your ego from the process and make it about iteration and make failure not only okay, but like almost an exciting thing. Be like, oh, okay, cool. The game failed here. Like finding out, for instance, that 10% of people are dropping off during one discrete data event is like awesome. You're like, oh, perfect. Now I know what to go fix. And I see a lot of people who are just getting started take feedback very harshly. It's hard for them to hear that their game is not right or that the player is not having fun. That is a part of this process. It's a part of the art of game development. Just like you're chipping away stone while carving stone that isn't right for the end product, the end statue. You're chipping away the crap that your game doesn't need and making it slowly better and better until you have a wonderful game. So what a perfect final sentiment.
Yeah, the thing is that people get critiqued on their game or whatever they're doing, and what they don't understand is that what that critique is actually helping you make the game better.
Yeah.
And that's how you should understand feedback. When you listen to feedback, you say, oh no, but what I wanted to do was this and that, and you're not understanding, and you get defensive. That's the worst approach. I could understand somebody defensive, like a movie director. I can understand that, but a video game is it has user experience. You need the player to do things. It's not just like they are watching and making a decision off from what they are seeing. They need to experience the game. So all feedback, that's one of most people are right.
All feedback is good feedback.
All feedback is right because that's what they feel. So that's honest. Of course, you need to filter what you need to do for your product because maybe you're tailoring it for certain audiences, and that But don't take that as a frustration. Don't take that as a critique on you. It's a critique on the product, and it's a critique that will make the product better. So, and that it should be a happy moment. It sounds weird, but it should be a happy moment to get to read that, and not a sad moment. Oh no, what I did was wrong. No. We'll work on it. So that yeah.
Amazing. Fantastic final lesson. Awesome. All right. So we are going to wrap up today now. So as always, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you, Nando, for giving us some thoughts and answering some questions for us. We will be here every week, Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern time. So feel free to join us. There's links to the Discord as well as anything we mentioned today, such as Super Farming Boy or Nando himself in the description down below. Otherwise, I think that's going to do it. If you're here for the roundtable, I'm going to launch that event in like 2 minutes. So I'd love to have you all stick around and give us some thoughts on how we redesign in 2026. But otherwise, Nando, thank you for being here. This has been a great episode.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I had a blast.
Fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Goodbye, all. Take care. I'll see you in like a minute if you're here for the roundtable. Adios.
Bye, guys.
I gotta pee. Well. We're back online. Where's my camera? All right, great. I see a Jess in the audience. Let me get you up here. I see a Scott. Hi, Scott. Thank you for being here. I see a Surya. Oh man, this is so exciting. I see a Krethik. Hi Cotter. Hi Thatcher. Oh my
I
god, hi
honestly
Thatcher.
had forgotten how to even get on the stage.
I know.
I feel like it's been so long since I did like a Discord event.
They like changed it too, so now it's more annoying. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Hello everybody, welcome to the roundtable. I'm so excited to have everybody here. Thank you for giving us your time.
No, I have
Oh no.
again headphone issues.
Oh no. Oh, is my audio messed up? Can people hear me okay? On mine,
Can
it looks
everybody
good.
hear me? I can't tell if
I can hear you, Jess. Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. That's perfect.
Christy can't
I'll
hear
just
me.
run this.
Wait, people can't hear me? Okay.
Just
I'm going to
kidding.
pop back in. We're not streaming this anyway. I'll get in the main app. I'll be right back.
I guess maybe
What? Okay, this has been a problem for a while now. I don't know what happened, but I can no longer control who's on stage. Did you strip my privileges, Jess? Oh, I see Ulysses. There we go. We voted. Wendy has voted me off the island. All right. Awesome. Oh, I'm so grateful. Ulysses, are you there? Also, Jess, you can hear me now, right? Can you can hear me now, right? Okay, good. Oh, you're such a jerk. All right. I am super pumped. Thank you, everybody. I'm seeing a bunch of faces. Hi, Kemi. Hi, Nyan, that I invited to come and join. So I'm glad everybody is here. I will officially kick us off. Ulysses, we can't hear you or see you. Hopefully that's solvable. We'd love to see your face. I'll do like a little bit of a summary. For Jess and Ulysses, please feel free to jump in at any time. I, as always, have a lot of things that I want to say and ask about. But I want y'all to say and ask about things too. Hi, Ulysses. Fun fact, Ulysses is over 6 feet tall. Imagine that face. Imagine, yeah, just looking down. Grows an inch every year at IGA. All right. So we'll get started here. Jess and Ulysses, though, please feel free to jump in, ask your own questions, give your own thoughts. I don't want to just like hog all the time here with everybody. The purpose of this call, this is going to be about an hour long, so thank you everybody for hopping on with us. The purpose of this call is that Jess, Ulysses, and I have been spending the past couple of months, and really longer than that, deciding what IGA looks like in next year, and how we operate and what we do that'll be the most valuable to this community and all of you wonderful folks here in this room with us. We do have ideas, but most of the ideas are based... We promise, yeah. And we will tell you about some of them. But I want everyone here to do two things for me. Number one is don't take anything we say here as the definite thing that we're going to do. Everything we say here may change. And second, please don't share this too much. I don't really care that you share this around, but like, don't go write a post that says like, this is exactly what IGA is doing, just because we aren't yet ready to commit to these ideas. So we don't want to like promise things that we wind up changing. But otherwise, yeah, we want to hear your thoughts. The agenda for today, I'm going to give like a little bit, we're going to give like a little bit on why we think IGA needs to change. We have a first round of questions that we want to ask before we bias you. Then we're going to reveal some stuff. Second round of questions after we've biased you. And then we will close and give you a bit of a reveal date. During this time, please give any thoughts you've got in the chat. And then anybody at any point can raise your hand, and we may pull you up on stage for an actual chat. So if there's something where you're like, I feel very strongly about this, we'll pull you up on stage and give you a couple of minutes to actually tell us what you think live. The main way that this is going to be useful for everybody, getting a million hands. The main way this is going to be useful for everybody is if it's more of a conversation. Otherwise, you might as well just do another survey. So yeah, give us your ideas, ask follow-up questions, all that good stuff. All right. Jesse, Ulysses, anything you want to add? Or should I, yeah. Okay. So the quick beginning. Yay! Hi, Ulysses. Oh, maybe we... I see. Should we do like an intro? I just realized maybe we don't all know each other. Ulysses, who are you? Right. Ah. Perfect. Ulysses has far greater depth than he is implying right this second. I asked them to add questions, then I added like 30 questions myself. Yeah, no, that's good. I'm Willem. I am the headmaster here. I like making sim and education games, and I'm largely a game designer. What about you, Jess? Ooh. Hell yeah. We've been trying to get you to do a jam with us. You're so popular. Me and Jess are playing I mean, yes. Yes. Me and Sarah have been playing Stardew Valley as well together. We're halfway through our first summer. She's a gamer, but she's not amazing. She's not like a gamer. Oh, it's so adorable. She's gotten to the point where she really understands everything. So like she'll just go mine and we'll do our own things and then come back together. Anyway, let's do a roundtable now. Hopefully now you know who we are. We are the core team here at IGA. And we've spent the second half of this year basically going, the game industry sure has changed a lot. What do we need to do in 2026? I'm going to give a very quick rundown of why we believe we need to redesign, and then I'm going to get into a couple of questions. I think we will definitely not ask all the questions on our list, Jess and Ulysses, but we'll do a couple that we think are the most important. So main reasons that we think what we do needs to change is one, first and foremost, the industry. We believe that we've seen a large dip in the faith that somebody can get employed in games. We've also seen that now in data form. On our IGA 2.0 survey, we saw that on average, people were answering a 2 out of 5 in their confidence in getting a job in games. In addition to that dip in the belief of working in games, we've seen a dramatic rise. Thank you, Petunio. We've seen a dramatic rise in indies, though. which is really exciting. A lot more indies getting founded, a lot of like support systems out there like Cave Bear Games, Amir Softbots community, although I guess that's a bit of both, and all kinds of other things like Blue Ocean Games, ourselves included, that are helping to rise up the indie movement, since it actually seems like more reasonable that you start your own company than it is to work for somebody at this point. In addition to that, we feel like IGA, what we offer as a core, has become less valuable, to be totally honest, and has also been something that's always been very challenging for us to offer. Every one of our classes is a massive group of professors that we have to manage, as well as teams that we're building ourselves, the student teams that we're building ourselves, and therefore, Inari, you know this better than anyone, is a hell of a lot of management, and it's really easy for teams to like sort of implode or fall apart, rather than it being a wonderful experience for those folks. And then finally, a lot of what we've offered to date has been like, here's how you get started in games. Here's how you make a cool platformer in Unity. And that's all good, but there's just like a bajillion resources out there for that. And that's not really what we've done best in our history. So those are some of the thoughts that we've been having and why we feel like we should be changing how we operate. So let's get into some of our questions. Like I said, we're going to do 2 rounds of questions. The first one is before we reveal what we're thinking, so that we can get some unbiased information from you. So I'm curious to hear from the audience. And once again, throughout this process, Jess and Ulysses, feel free to ask follow-up questions or just jump in wherever it makes sense. Audience, you can leave your answers in the chat. And then if you feel particularly motivated to come up and talk to us, raise your hand. We'll be able to see that that happens, and we'll pull people on stage as we go throughout today. So number one, my first question is a nice simple one. What is your objective in the game industry at this point? If you had to identify one thing that you individually are aiming for in games, what is that objective at this point? Is it anything? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's like, I don't want to be here anymore. Probably apartments. Terrible. I'm seeing some interesting answers already. Alec just says long-term stability. I think that's a wonderful, like, I really feel that one. More collaboration. Jacko, destroy the AAA. I'm kind of down for it. One of the ones that really fascinated me about our survey is we asked how many people would be cool if we just stopped talking about AAAs at all and it was all about working in indie studios. And almost everybody was cool with that. So I think the trust in AAA has eroded a bit. Want to make games, living wage doing it. Question is, what is your objective in games? A living telling stories. Krethik, we're going to, so when we pull you up on stage, I say this with all the love in the world, please do your best to keep it brief because we do have a lot of stuff we want to talk about. But Krethik, we can bring you on for a second. Why do you want to work in games, Krethik? Or not work in games. What is your objective, excuse me, in the game industry? Hi there. No worries. Let me also pull up the survey in case there's stuff from that. AAA are harming themselves with the price increases and poor decisions. Yeah. Better good games with constraints. Good. Hey. Hi, Krethik. Oh, sweet. Okay, awesome. And what is your objective in games? Nice to meet you again. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I love that. Yeah. That's a simple piece of a simple thought. I think one of the things that I've been feeling is that the big publishers, the big AAAs, because they're more nervous and they've been more conservative as a result of the changing industry, they only make the safe bets, and it's profit first for sure. It's how can this game make money as opposed to how can we make a piece of art, which I think is how games got started in the first place. And of course, you have to make money. Doing it just for the art, I think, is unrealistic. But yeah, I agree. I think a lot of the big games. Jess is getting bullied in the chat. I think a lot of the big companies sort of ignore that. All right. Krethik, I'll leave you up. Unless, Jess, Ulysses, do you have follow-up on that? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the second question. All right, second question then. For those who are in the chat, tell us what you think in the chat. Krethik, you can immediately give us your thoughts. What are all of you struggling the most with in your games career? What are you struggling the most with in your games career? What do you think, Krethik? Motivation. Oh, laughing umbrella. Yeah, tell us. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Junior roles are unrealistic. Awesome. Yeah, junior roles and requirements are unrealistic. Okay. Osvaldo, you asked to speak. Do you have something you want to throw in? Hello. Hmm. Okay. So would you summarize that as like finding collaborators with similar or the same objectives? Oh, okay. Hmm. Okay. Ulysses or Jess, do you want to follow up on any of that? I'm seeing a lot of the same motivation, just like generally feeling good about the industry. And then also a lot about basically distribution, getting your game in front of people, trying to find an audience for your titles. I'm seeing as well, basically financial stuff. How do I make this profitable? And then like time management stuff. It seems like it's getting mentioned a lot. How do I keep the two? How do I make sure I make money and don't starve while also building games and manage that relationship? All right. Finding safe and consistent games related mid-level employment. Yeah. The stability in the game industry is insane right now. I have personally been in 3 different roles in the past 3 years. It is pretty. Meanwhile, I have people who work in I have friends who work in electrical engineering and have had the same job since college. It's crazy. All right, I'm going to jump to the next question. I want to make sure we get through a few. I'm so grateful people are giving their thoughts. And Jekko, I see that you got your hand raised. So give us your thoughts in the chat, and maybe we'll pull you up for the next one. Why did you originally join this community, IGA? What were you hoping to get out of it? Why did you originally join IGA, and what were you hoping to get out of it? Banana. Reliable structure and a team to finish a game. Lots, says Wendy. Wendy, you're so good to us. Here, I'll pull up EJ. Yeah. Tell us what you think, EJ. Jess is indeed a paid actor. I can confirm this. Oh. Networking, making friends. Hey, EJ. I'm good. How you doing? Yeah, thank God. Thank you. So tell us, EJ, why did you originally join IGA and what are you hoping to get out of it? Mm-hmm. Hmm. 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 Absolutely. That is that's one I've heard before and found to be true, actually. When you find good people. Hi, Jess. Hi, Ulysses. Everything becomes so much more real. Okay. I've got two more questions before we do a little bit of a reveal. What are the ways that you feel actually let's switch the order of these two questions. All right. If you had a magic wand and infinite budget, IGA could do anything for you, what would you have us do? Unrealistic answers are welcome here. I'm curious how people will answer. Hold my hand, says Alec. But truly, like, yeah. Uh-huh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Osvaldo or Krethic, do you have anything you want to throw in? Magic wand, IGA could do anything for you. What would you have us do? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right. Osvaldo, did you want to throw something in there? Breaking the myths is interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love that. Okay. All right. And now the scary question: what are the ways that you feel like IGA needs to improve? So, what are some of the things that we have not done very well to date that you feel like we need to fix? Some of this is awesome. Thank you. I'm going to keep saying this. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. This is already so useful. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts from those who are on stage? And once again, if you feel compelled, if you have something you really want to say, feel free to raise your hand. We'll pull people up on stage. And for Krethek, Osvaldo, and EJ, I might throw you back out into the audience as we pull more people up, just to let you know. Dedicated sessions, structure, constraints, non-cohort activities. Yeah, Jess, make us some game nights or something. All right. I think let's jump into the reveals. So before I say anything else, I want to reiterate, none of this is guaranteed. These are things that we are still thinking about and talking about. What we're going to do is a reveal event to our entire community. So you guys are kind of our super user group, our early testers almost, our beta testers kind of, where we're talking about this openly with. But first of all, we're definitely not guaranteeing that anything here we're committing to. And come the end of January, we're going to have an actual reveal event where we tell you exactly what we're doing for the year. So here's what we are thinking, though. The highest level, the sort of like emotional changes, are that we think we focus on indie founding and working with indie teams, and less actually on actual technical teaching. We believe that there are so many wonderful resources out there to learn the technical parts of game development, for me to go and find out how to use Blender, find out how to code in C#. And we think that IGA, only does a kind of okay job at that already. And what we're actually good at is creating this collaborative atmosphere under the guidance of real professionals to launch games. So we believe that we should be changing our focus to be all about launching games. And the phrase I've been using is getting the reps. The way that you learn is through repetition. The way that you learn is launching a lot of games. So we believe that the cohorts, the actual classes that we run, are all about launching, as opposed to something like what level 2 is right now, where we actually teach you C#. We think that that's a lot less important for us specifically to do. We can like maybe offer partner communities that we recommend or something for that kind of thing. But for the most part, that's what we think. We think we're here to help you launch studios. So what that means, we think we transition so that all of our programs, level 1, 2, and 3, as well as Foundry, are one giant year-long funnel where the end of the year is the level 3 pitch night. And at the level 3 pitch night, we award offers to the Foundry program and possibly other partnerships. So all of the level programs, levels 1, 2, and 3, are no longer about being bespoke one-off experiences. And instead, they are about getting you through a long-term funnel over the course of about 7 months, where the end goal is you get picked up to join the Foundry program, or even if you don't, you have a game that is ready for you to pursue on a professional basis after the program. We are also thinking that levels 1 and 2 specifically become basically just copies of what level 3 already is, except short. So rather than level 2 being a technical intro, it's just a month-long level 3 instead of a 3-month-long one. So once again, that idea of getting the reps, it's a chance for you just to work with a group, build a game, and launch it in 1 month. And then level 1 is basically a guided game jam. Rather than it being an intro to all these different disciplines, and here's what visual art is, and here's what narrative is, it's just a tiny level 3 that's a weekend long. You build a game with a team, and you launch it. Simplifies everything, keeps it more cohesive. And then each of these programs, we're going to be attempting to make it so that all 3 of the levels have prizes. So some of you may have joined the Unity Jam last year. The Unity Jam, we had a year-long Unity Pro membership on the line for the winning team. So we'd like it so that levels 1, 2, and 3 all have prizes, and that the size of those prizes increase with the level. So we're talking with sponsors. So in 2026, we would like to offer sponsored deals to programs such that they offer real incentives to these programs. So for instance, perhaps somebody would offer an actual funding deal to their favorite team from level 3. Foundry would definitely do that. Foundry would pick up some of their favorite teams from level 3 at the pitch night and literally give you offers on the floor. That would be part of the excitement of the pitch night. And then what we would hope to create is that some of our sponsors do the same thing. So the level 3 pitch night actually becomes this true demo night where your game might get picked up and continue on in its life cycle. All right. We're also thinking that instead of us making teams, we don't do that anymore. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't like it. Every once in a while, we make a team and it's amazing. Julian, hi. I'm so happy your team went so well. But we've had 8 cohorts of iteration to try to make the team building better. And it still is always the same thing. We get a couple teams that love each other. Most of the teams are okay. And then a couple teams that hate each other. And it is heartbreaking and difficult to manage. Anari knows this better than anyone. So instead of us building teams, every cohort, levels 1, 2, and 3, starts with a workshop on how to build a team. And then it's has dedicated time for you to find and finalize a team before we start doing the actual lessons. So that way, it's its own practice. You're actually practicing, you're getting the reps on how to form a competent team. And if the team doesn't work out, well, that's a nice lesson for you. Now you know how to do that better next time around. So that way, it's not us just going, hey, we think you should work with this person and having that be bad. Instead, it's its own lesson so that no matter how it goes, it's a valuable experience. We also think it'll just be super fun. Imagine the first week of IGA3 is everybody scrambling to meet each other and trying to decide who to work with. And finally, to make that work, we will allow solo development from here on out or small team development. So if you just want to work with a partner and make a game, great. If you want to work with 3 people, great. If you want to work on your own, that's fine too. It's up to you to decide how to do it. And then lastly, this is sort of a bit out of the box, but we also want all of the core level programs to share more, because right now we're making like a bunch of crap for each level. So in order to try to make them share more, we want to turn the Gather into an actual co-working space. So rather than it just being this space that we go to take classes in, we want it to be an active community where people are frequently, constantly actually co-working and can find each other, meet each other, and then go to open office hours from our experts. So a lot of our discipline-specific mentors, we think rather than teaching one-off classes, they run regular office hours in that space. So you can go and talk to somebody who has visual art experience. You can go and talk to somebody who has maybe legal experience. And those are regularly scheduled in our co-working space. And then the Gather also becomes smaller and becomes more focused on being a wonderful space to be online co-working. So there's a bunch of other stuff we've been talking about. In fact, maybe one of the other ones I'll throw in is we're also thinking that this year-long structure where each program flows into the next, which you can drop in at any time. We think that we will also try to make that a streamable event. So it is a sort of competition show. We won't do eliminations because these are still going to be paid programs, but you will absolutely, we will try to make it something that's fun, enjoyable, and that the audience is actually building their favorites and watching their favorites present their games to try to get you some of that distribution. So this 7 months of you practicing and iterating and building games is also its own piece of validity for you to build an audience for your games in. And then the year ends with us picking our Foundry teams and with some of our sponsors hopefully also offering deals and at least prizes. All right, that's as much as I'll say. Like I said, none of that is guaranteed. But that is so far. Yeah, we're gonna decide. We are gonna completely change it. Yeah. So that's as much as we'll say for today. So before I ask any specific questions, give me just general thoughts. What do people think about what they just heard? I think it will be a competition, Inari, how I would imagine it work. And also, if you're feeling passionate, raise your hand. We'll pull some people on stage. We for the competition, Inari. Nice. I'll get John up on stage. For the competition, how I would imagine it working is that sponsors are actually able to offer seats to the next cohorts. So the winning teams of each cohort can then move on to the next one. Hi, John. Long time no see. Are you on a treadmill right now? Amazing. It has gotten so long. I'm so glad to hear that, John. Okay. Okay. It sounds like a bit of what you're mentioning here, John, is that you're just excited that we're kind of, that we're ending our quiet time and we're starting to come back to life, which I know I am very excited about. Jesse, Ulysses, and I have all been commenting on a lot. Is there anything you want to comment on in general for what we just mentioned with this sort of redesign? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, it is a what it seems like some people are mentioning in the chat is that the finding a team that has aligned objectives. So to be clear, that networking period that we're talking about would still be guided. So like Surya, you mentioned in the chat, I feel like IGA does the best team building out of anybody of a program like this. Yeah. So we'd still guide and advise. We just wouldn't tell you your team. It would still be your responsibility to build the team. We would just guide you and give you exercises for this. I'm going to call up Inari and Drew. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Thank you, John. I'm going to call up Inari and Drew to answer this one as well. And then I think we'll do some specific questions because I want to make sure we don't run out of time here. Hi, Drew. Yeah. Yeah. Good. We were laughing at the enthusiasm. Came in swinging. It was great. Hey. Yeah. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Good job, Julian. Good job, Christy. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you for the thoughts there. The concept of game dev therapy or support groups is really interesting. I wonder if we could make that sort of a regular feature, almost its own office hour session. It's like the place to go to and be like, man, game dev is hard. The game clinic. Okay. Let's see. What do I want to ask? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, EJ, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, this is really good. So I think what I'm going to do actually, so once again, before anything else, I want to reiterate a 15th time that none of this is final and we're still talking about it. The end of January, a month and a half or so from now, is when is our sort of cutoff date that we're setting for ourselves for going, okay, here's what we're doing this year. Here is a little doc you can click onto my stream to see what a year might look like here. So a couple of things. Number one, what this doc shows is that the programs flow into each other. We're thinking that we only actually run 2 level 1s, and that level 1 is your primary place to get what you were talking about, Drew, where it's just like, I want to know this person before I really commit to doing something with them. We're hoping that that level 1 is a place to meet folks and then test it out. It's a weekend. It's low like commitment. If you love working with this person, great. Move on with them and work in level 2 or level 3. If you don't love this person, then you don't have to work with them again. The other thing to point out is that we are imagining that these programs flow into each other, and that we will now allow games to come into the program previously started. In the past programs, we have always forced you to start a new game, but we think that there's a bit of we think that comes with drawbacks. So we're going to, we think, allow both of those options. You can ideate something inside of the program itself, and all students will still go through that portion of the program, meaning you will be forced to look at your current idea and make sure you want to continue to work on it, as you are mentioning there, EJ. And just like most of our other program, just like how our program has already gone, I should say, we're pretty good at getting our students to kill their babies. To date, over 90% of level 3 games have been finished and released. The other thing to pull out about this is, I guess, number one, that we are going to be streaming as much of this as we can. So that way it becomes a little bit more of a competition, something that's interesting and goes on over time. And then finally, that we do end the whole thing with a level 3 pitch night, and with starting a new cohort of Foundry. So that level 3 pitch night is hopefully the biggest event of the year, and is hopefully this exciting culmination of everything that we've already done. How many people would the teams be capped at, says Christy? I don't know. I think we do want to allow solo dev. I think it's something we've avoided for the longest time, but I think in this future version where the team building is guided but is up to you to choose, we want to make it so that somebody who really feels solo dev is right for them is okay. It's allowed. I'm not sure the biggest teams, I'm not sure we would stop you. I mean, if you had a 30-person team, like, that's its own lesson. Go for it. Try it. That's sort of the point. Get the reps in. Lots of good questions. The 500-person AAA team? Yes, we want to see it. Why not? Yeah, and then what we would imagine is that each of these programs has its own sponsorships and therefore its own prizes. So they're their own sub-contained competitions. But part of the reason to allow that continuity is that this then becomes one almost year-long season, almost a competition show. This is actually a question that I'd love from the audience. We're imagining that sponsors can dictate things about the cohorts. So, for instance, somebody could say this cohort is about building specifically on this platform. So maybe like Meta shows up and is like, hey, we really want people to make Horizon Worlds games. And they could sponsor one cohort of just Horizon Worlds. Or somebody might have something simpler, like maybe we're working with Games for Change or something, and they're like, we want this level 1 to be all about positive impact games. So we think there will be some stipulations like that, but the benefit of those stipulations is, one, it better simulates what it's like to have a publisher or a stakeholder. You have to follow, what your publisher wants. And two, it allows us to get prizes in the door. So maybe Games for Change wants you to build a positive impact game, but then they're willing to give $10,000 to the game that they think is best. The other thing that we're thinking that I'd love thoughts on is that instead of 7 professors in every cohort, we do 3. Me, and then maybe eventually somebody to replace me, but for now, me. And then the other 2 are somebody who's technical, so somebody who knows the field. So if we're building a game in a particular engine, somebody who knows that engine. And then finally, somebody who is a big, like, heavy hitter, super exciting genre advisor is what we've been calling this person. So rather than hiring a bunch of people in a bunch of fields, we get one person who knows that one game super fucking well. So imagine we do a cohort for a 2D platformer, and then we grab somebody from the Celeste team to be one of your 3 professors. So rather than a bunch of pretty good professors We have 3 dedicated advisors per cohort. And then we have mentors in those specific disciplines who have office hours. And those office hours are separate from the cohort. You can go and do them during the cohort. But otherwise, there's actually only 3 people you're really learning from in each of those cohorts. So there's a couple more things that we're thinking. Once again, none of it's guaranteed. What do you think of those things? I'm curious in particular about fewer but more specific advisors. And I'm curious about the concept of games kind of moving through the pipeline. And then I'm curious how people feel about having sponsors, about being forced more into boxes. Anyone have thoughts? Mm-hmm. Mm. It's interesting what Victor is saying. Tech stack being enforced sounds blech, but constraints sound okay. So that's good for us to know. And yes, we would absolutely not bring on sponsors who we don't believe in. Meta is an interesting one, actually. So at my day job, I am working for Meta right now. They're our publisher. So it's interesting. I'm not sure. We would never work with somebody that the team doesn't feel good about, but perhaps we do need some way to like sort of test sponsors with the audience. And all right, we tried to bring you on stage, but you haven't come on stage. I want to hear your thoughts. Hmm. 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 It is alumni. Oh. Yeah, alumnus is singular. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Thank you, Anari. It's also great to just have you back. Okay, bye. Awesome. Really intriguing. Okay, so yeah, I guess like my answer to that would be that I would hope that people jump back in and make more shit. And then I would hope that some of the best alumni are either launching with us in Foundry or they're getting picked up by some of those sponsor deals. So I'm hoping that the ideal outcome in my mind is that some of our alumni wind up working with fucking Devolver or something, and they get some money out of doing this, um, and continue to make a game that way. Um, and that's also part of the reason that we would make level ones. I don't think I actually said this. We are attempting to lower the prices of everything. The level, sure, I'll just throw this out there. This is what we're thinking the prices would be. So tell us, everybody, what you think. We're thinking that level 3 goes from about $5,000 down to more like $2,000 or $2,500. We're thinking that level 2 goes from being $2,000 to more like $1,000. And we're thinking level 1 is free forever, that every level 1 is free to join. And that is part of how we give back. And that is also part of exactly what you're talking about, Nari. Those are almost our consistent ways. Those are our twice a year we're doing this awesome guided game jam thing together, and people are learning and experiencing with each other through that experience. Level 1 makes some amount of money for us, but it doesn't really make enough money to justify putting up the barrier. It feels like it's more valuable if the barrier is just open, and then we get paid by level 2 and 3, and then by sponsors as well. So yes, it would be 3,500 for all three. Thanks, Amani. So the main way, Grayson, we'd make up that price difference is sponsors, and then we would also hope that we wind up with more students as a result of this. But who really knows in this economy? Cool. Yeah. I have a question. So I'm gonna go back to something that Wendy pointed out. So a big part of the theme of all this is that Jess and Ulysses and I have been exhausted, and we've been doing this part-time on our own for 5 years now. And the amount of stuff that we have to do on a regular basis to keep IGA running is quite high. So part of the objective of this entire thing is to make it smaller, honestly, to cut off some parts that we think are not as important, and then to make the parts that stay more reusable and robust. So, for instance, the office hours that are shared between all three programs, rather than having 7 professors for every single program we run. Now, Wendy mentions, what about people who are absolute beginners and don't have any code experience yet? That is a question that I have for everybody here. So, in my opinion, we just don't really do that anymore. That is what we were known for at the very beginning that, you have no experience whatsoever, and we'll show you how to use Unity. We'll show you how to get started. We'll show you what your role even does in games. And my thesis at this point in time is, A, we're not for everyone. So if you have literally no experience, perhaps you need to take some tutorials or something before you join us. And then B, that the best way to learn is to launch the damn game anyway. So just join a level 1. It's all going to be okay. And then maybe C, we're thinking probably we still run some level 0s, which are like a 2-hour technical intro that's like, here's how, you use Unity. But that's probably most of the technical support we would actually do. So what do you think about that? And then we'd also have technical office hours. So one of those office hours would be somebody who is technically minded, but they're not teaching, they're there to help you solve problems that you run into. Intro to IGA PDF. That's cute. Yeah. Maybe like an automated way for people to kind of get started. I agree with that, says Allie. Yeah. Most people who are going to spend 2 days making a game already know a bit. Self-paced course. Okay. Yeah. Maybe we could have it recorded. We actually, the very first level 1 was recorded and its finish rate was abysmal. It was like less than 5% of people actually finished it. That's also what we're thinking. So Charles mentions, I like this, some kind of benchmark for potential participants, tells them where they would need to be to keep up. Yeah, that is what we're thinking is that the first thing you do when you join a program is that you answer a questionnaire, and then that questionnaire becomes public information for all of the other participants that you can look at and peruse before that networking period. So the idea would be that there's some self-sorting. You can go and look through the other people who are going to join, find all the ones who want to use Godot 2 or whatever. Yes, I think there would continue to be some requirements to join the program. So we wouldn't take somebody with 0 experience into level 3. Level 1, I think we'd try to be more open, but I think there'd be, some stuff that you have to have before you join is reasonable. Okay. Let's pull up Buddy. Oof. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Awesome. Yeah, that's interesting. So we used to do community lectures and we kind of stopped because it's another thing to manage with a small part-time team. But I do think as we build this into something that hopefully people love and is sustainable, like part of the reason to do a free level 1 is that there's always something to do here no matter who you are, right? So I would love to see, if people are willing to do that, I would love to see volunteer classes, volunteer community lectures. We used to do that. And it's really just about like having the bandwidth to, get the event up on Discord and vet the event and make sure it's not some crazy person or something. Yeah, right. Yeah, that'd be crazy if you taught something. Awesome. All right, I have talked a lot. Thank you, buddy, for your thoughts. I have talked a lot. Ulysses, I think, or Jess, do you have anything that you're burning to ask about? We'll start wrapping up here soon. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Yeah. for all of us. Yeah. Yeah, we think the primary way. So one of the reasons that we're really excited by Foundry, Christy, you fucking rule. Julian, I know you're contributing. Who else do we have in here on the Foundry teams? Do we have anybody else? Anyone who contributes, thank you. You all have been contributing actually in a number of different ways. One of the reasons we're excited about Foundry is because if we're talking about this being a sustainable business, if we're getting into money, Foundry is actually the way that we become anything that significant. Looking at like sort of estimated finances, comparing like based upon this plan, by 5 years from now, Foundry will actually be making more money than the educational stuff. So the educational stuff, the way we view it, the way I've been viewing it now, is as far as actual money, us making money, it needs to be enough money to sustain us and allow this to be a business that continues to exist. But otherwise, I want it to just be a wonderful community first. Like the survey actually was fascinating because the number one thing that everybody mentioned was community. That this is like a wonderful, safe, good space. And I think that is the most important thing. But if we can turn it into... That's perfect. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we could have done that earlier. Oh, well. I was going to ask Jess if we have any next steps for folks. That's a good one. If you haven't already given us feedback in the survey, we'd love to hear your thoughts. But yeah, basically to summarize it all, I want this to be a wonderful space, and then have it, in addition to it being a wonderful space, have it be this funnel where at the end people launch studios. That feels like the way that we can contribute, and that we're preparing you to launch kick-ass studios. For that matter, like the reason a sponsor would even be interested in something like this is because y'all kick ass. Because when we go through these programs, people build great games compared to their experience levels. So yeah, it's time for us to wrap up, but I'm gonna do rapid fire questions. All right, we're gonna do like 2 minutes per question. So get ready, crack your fingers. Put your answers in the chat for us. The first one is the one that Ulysses asked right before he had to go. What would you want to see inside of a Gather online co-working space? What would make an online co-working space valuable to you? What would cause you to join an online co-working space? Accountability, okay. People who want a programmer on their team. Okay. People. Yeah. People. Nice. Virtual GDC once per year. You know what's so funny, Christy, is we talked about that at one point, and it was another one that like we would love to do, and it's just about having the hours to do it. But okay, cool. Heard. One-on-one options for tutors. Great. A busy co-working space. Yeah. Actual humans in there. Stream the Game Awards. That's a fun idea. Yeah, like streamed events, just fun things. Open office hours, yes. Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you for these. I'm going to keep doing rapid fire questions. Another thing we're thinking about doing is during this year-long kind of funnel where people are moving through the different programs and dropping in as they go. And on the other end, people get picked up for actual publishing deals, either with Foundry or somebody else. We would love to add a metric or data tracking layer such that we know metrically which students kick the most ass. So we would love to be tracking things like a number of commits, maybe like simple stuff like that, but then also things just like we have some milestones built in where you have to submit something. And so we can see who actually submitted on time, things like that. Would you like to, does that feel, the main purpose of that is that we know who is the most reliable and kicks the most ass in this program. And that is for our sake for picking Foundry teams. And then also potentially maybe so that you can see each other's metrics or at least your own metrics. So what do you think about us tracking simple performative metrics like how often you're hitting your milestones, Would you want to see that for yourself? Would you want to see that for potential team members? How do you feel about us using that to decide on Foundry? I think there's going to be a right balance here. Like, I think making this all public information is probably not the right choice. I think that turns this into a hellhole. But using it strategically, I feel like could be really wonderful. Opt in, okay. Yeah, true. Yeah. 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 I also don't really know. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how we would build it. I was actually looking at the tech and it seems like it'll be complicated and annoying. But okay, here's an example, a very specific example. If we tracked the number of people who play, or even the ratings who play your games from all 3 levels throughout the year, we can then say Inari's average game gets a 4.5 out of 5. That seems like a very valuable thing for you personally to know, and then for us to know as well, and possibly for other people to know. I'm not sure that this is definitely an area that we know we're gonna have to be very careful. So don't worry, we won't be negligent with it. That's part of why I'm asking. But that seems useful. Yeah, and all right. Kick him out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I think we could find a space where it makes sense. Like part of the reason to know it, um, part of the reason to know it, like I think we would want it to be, I do honestly want this funnel to be a bit of a competition. I don't want us to lose. This is more important to me. I don't want us to lose the wonderful, supportive, kind atmosphere that we've created here. So it would need to be a competition that fits in a wonderful, supportive, and kind atmosphere. But as long as we can find that balance correctly, I want to crank up how much people kick ass in this community by 30 or 40%. I want us to have some accountability. I want us to not just make games, but make great games. And that's part of why I would want something like this. Christy? to track themselves. I see. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I can definitely see that. All right. So we will, this is good. This is why we're asking about it. Thank you, everybody. Before I say anything else, Wendy just asked if we're doing this again next month, and I decided last second that we are. So we might change this date because I haven't asked anybody about whether or not we can do it. But here's the link to the event for 1 month from now. I actually think it would be wonderful because then we'll be a little bit more decided and we can give you guys a second pitch and see what everybody has to say. So hit that you're interested there. Are there other rapid fire questions we want to ask? Jess, do you have any others? Okay. Do you have any questions you want to ask? People are more than welcome to hop off. I've held you longer already than I said I would, but this is so useful. So keep asking questions as long as you are still here. We'll do another, like maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes max. Anything you want to ask, Jess? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and all of you. Yeah. Yeah, I really want to. True. Nice. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm about out of questions then. Allie, just because I happen to see your question, how level 2 would be accessible to artists going forward. So like I said, I think level 1 and level 2 become a guided experience. They stay a guided experience, but rather than being a technical intro like they've been in the past, they're just level 3. It's more or less a guided game jam with accountability. So we're telling you when things are due. We're giving you portals to submit your builds or whatever else we're asking you to finish. But it's not about us teaching you to code. Instead, it's about you just contributing to a game that you're going to release with potential prizes at the end. So Allie, the way that an artist would be welcome in a level 2 is simply they join a team and they're an artist on that team. I think that's way better, actually. Level 2 has always been this thing that we try to get right, and it's gone through so many iterations, and it's hard to make something that caters to everybody. Okay. I'm going to ask one rapid fire question and then a closing question. Rapid fire question, how many nights a week should these be? We've always done 2 nights a week. Is that right? Should it be once a week? Should it be less than that? How often? Should it be more than that? Marco says 7. 2 is good. 8. 2 to 3. 1 or 2. Okay. 2 to 5. 2 is good. Okay. Cool. This is probably a very biased question because we've always done it that way, so people think it's the best way. Preferably 2. All right, 2 last questions then. What is one thing you're afraid will change in this redesign? Is there anything you're scared we will lose, whether this is emotional, something specific? The community. Hell no, don't need to worry about that, buddy. Not enough education focus. That is one that I'm a little bit more worried about. My theory is that it is project-based learning, that we aren't teaching you to code necessarily, but that you're learning on the job, essentially. And Rick. Yeah. Here, Scott has been trying to speak in like every question. Let's get Scott on here. Scott, what do you think? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I'm really excited for that, actually. We are definitely. I am. Well, I shouldn't say definitely. Once again, this may all change, but we're pretty confident that making this a streamable event and therefore building an audience for your games over the span of the cohorts is something we would like to change. So the classes, as a result, may change slightly to make them more streamable and fun. But yeah, I agree. That'd be so much fun. Okay. This is interesting. The main thing I heard from everybody here is the education angle. So that is something that the team and I will have to talk about. Last question. What is one thing you hope we change? You're like, they gotta change this, or they gotta add this. What is one thing you hope we change? The education? Damn it, Grayson. A direct path to income. That's the biggest one I want to figure out. I want people to talk about IGA like, you do this, you join for a year, by the end of it, you know how to start a company that will make money, even if it's not enough money to support yourself. That's the start of the cycle that eventually gets you to self-employment. Marketing, hope we change. Help me make more money. Discord could use a boost. Yeah, the Discord has waned a little bit, I think. Make more money, both for IGA and Foundry folks. Yes. Art education. Okay. Real prizes and incentives. That is one that I think we can do. Where? Oh, breakfast show. IJ breakfast hour. Somebody asked way earlier. So we're gonna wrap up now, but somebody asked way earlier about the podcast changing. So we'll keep doing the podcast. Don't worry about it. We love the podcast. We may change the name. We will probably change the focus just a tiny bit. It'll more or less be the same podcast. Tim, if y'all know, is working his way into becoming my full-time co-host, just because it helps to have somebody to bounce stuff off of. It makes a more dynamic room. And we are thinking that it will turn into something that is for indie founders and those who work with indie founders. So rather than just being, hey, let's talk about origin stories, it is more specifically, hey, let's talk about how you started a game studio. And then as far as names, we have a lot of names that we've been considering, including just keeping it the Indie Game Lunch Hour. Obviously, we have already built the name for it. But here, give me your votes. We have a list that we've been kind of toying with. If this was your list, what would you call our podcast? It's a big list. This is just Tim and I shooting the shit. Last question, and then I'll leave you all to have the rest of your day free. Lunch Hour beats all those. Interesting. Tavern Talks, Founders Guild. Some of them were ChatGPT generated, yes. But as usual with ChatGPT, we ask for something, and then it gives you a million awful answers, and then you pick a couple that are actually good. Indie Anonymous is cute. Why? Okay, so why do you like the Lunch Hour? I want you to try to separate yourselves from just, it's what I'm used to now, and instead just talk about the brand. Why do you like the Lunch Hour? Christy, you said you like it. Why? Okay. Yep. Hmm. Oh. Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of people say that. I'm also seeing Founders Guild. Somebody mentioned Guild Hall. I personally like Guild Hall. Awesome. Okay, cool. So we'll keep talking about that. The podcast will remain, and we'll keep doing it because we like it. All right. I think I'm done. Jess, do you have anything you want to throw in here? Okay, sweet. Everybody, 2025 has been a hell of a year. I know for a fact that everybody has been going through it this year. I know I've been going through it this year. And I know, yeah, I've heard precious few people say 2026 is going to be my year, I think, because we're all a little broken down. So I give you all, hopefully, a nice emotional pat on the back. It has definitely been an intense year, and this industry is one that it is sort of unpredictable. is sort of unpredictable and crazy. The us trying to figure out what the hell AI becomes is like a whole complicated thing as well. Thank you for the snorts. But yeah, I think something that we have heard throughout this process time and time again, as you just saw in this room, is that community is the number one thing that people receive here at IGA. Jess, Ulysses, and I are all committed to continuing to make that the case. If you, I think, did we announce Ulysses? I think we did. Jess and Ulysses are both also partners here, aka partial owners of IGA now. So the three of us are really are here for you all the way. We're trying to figure out how to turn this into something that we can both run and that is wonderful for all of you and valuable for all of you. And definitely for next year, we hope that community becomes a thing. I saw a few people mention, let's make 2026 our year. So why don't we do some 2026 celebratory gifts and or emojis? 2026 will be our year because we will make it our year, goddammit. And an unstable industry, economy, and political situation can't stop us. Let's fucking do it. Yes, please. The main feeling I've been feeling is like rebelliousness. Like I've been feeling sort of fuck you to the industry and the world. Like I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna follow my dreams. That's how I've been feeling. There we go. How about that? Oh, Surya. Okay, I'm gonna end it with a quote Surya just dropped because it's one of my favorite quotes of all time. Gandalf says, "I wish." Well, not Gandalf, I should say. I'll just read the whole quote. "I wish it need not have happened in my time," says Frodo. "So do I," says Gandalf, "and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us." Regardless of this world, regardless of this time period, regardless of the complications and the challenges, let's have 2026 be a kick-ass year. And in the face of adversity, let's have a fantastic time and pursue all of our dreams. Thank you again, everybody, for being here. If we were in Gather, I'd have you all hammer the F key now. But yeah, thank y'all. This is fucking awesome. This is giving me a breath of fresh air. Thank you. Yes. All right. Goodbye, my friends. Love y'all. See you soon. Hearts all around. Bye. We'll see you next month. We'll do another one. Goodbye. Okay, I'm just gonna. I don't care. That's so good. All right. Hey, sorry, I was looking the other way. I'm getting a little frustrated by life. Oh. Okay.
XP. Where'd you get the...
My boy? Fans? Where my boy? You want dinner? You want num-nums? Want num-nums? Oh yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, boy. Little boy needs a big. You.
How well-known game studios react to fans asking for new games. We here at Square Enix are so excited that you're looking forward to the next game in the Final Fantasy franchise. Anyway, here's our latest Final Fantasy VII remake. Oh, absolutely! Just $69.99. The deluxe edition is only $99.99, and the ultimate remaster is just $199.99. And the unlimited mega super pack is only $10,000. We only made 5 of them. A new game? Of course. We'll pour our souls into it, and you'll cry. Oh, how you'll cry. Remake? Sure. It's open world now, and it has big towers. Plus, just wait until you see the PC's new cool blade thingy. Oh, great news! Skyrim's coming to your kitchen appliances. You want Mother 3? What a great idea. Here's another Mario Kart. Hey, come here. We'll make Half-Life 3 when you stop asking. So, never.
This is my buddy. I'm so grateful for you. I love you. Oh, I'm tired, buddy.